Are we live? I believe we are live. Let's double check. Huh. Wow. Oh, I'm on the wrong one of me right now. No. Wait, is it?
We live?
Okay, there we go. It just took a minute to launch.
Let's double check.
Alright, kill the volume on that. Just keep it on standby so that I know things are functional. Alright, so after however many days of fiddling with the airbrush off and on, I may actually have it working. We've got air and no paint. Uh-oh. Where did I put that cap? Oh, rubber cap, where are you? I just had you. So this clear one. Just need something to soak the tip. It's been a couple minutes. I was finishing up a video. Whoa, yeah. Careful there. Alright. Wow. I don't know if you saw my video from a few days ago when I started trying to use this airbrush, the Iwata Eclipse HPCS, and it shot out of the top here. Like, I know it got me on the shoulder, but what I didn't realize at the time was, oh, get in focus, it got the ceiling fan and the ceiling above it. So that's a lot of pressure, even though we were only at like 14 psi or less. Yep, there we go, we've got some orange. Alright, well hopefully it maintains functionality long enough for me to get this guy, the Coral Golem. Make him bright ass orange. Keep some of the particulates out. No, it's not the best filtration, but start off the model, work our way onto the model. Got a little bit of fits and spurts, but I should back up a little. Night and day. Alright, we need a better way to stand dude up because... Ah, fine. He'll use his own hand. I'd considered painting the yacht orange, but I kind of want to go purple. A little bit spotty, back up more. I mean, it looks great for doing it on this particular model, but that's not what I want for a final result. So, like the tip. Anything else that wants to be orange? Look like it's there. What about any of my lizard peoples? They can start out orange, right? A tribe of orange lizard folk. A whole tribe of them. Wow, how many lizard folk did I get? I'm pretty sure I doubled down on them in the order because you can never have too many lizard folk. I don't know who this brave dwarf is who's been hanging out with the lizard folk this whole time. Lizard folk archers. that out of the way. Can we put the trash can in here? Nope. Oh well. Alright. Random bugbear. Orange wouldn't be a bad base color for him considering the ochre or mustard yellow or whatever that I usually go with for my bugbears and hobgoblins. So spear, 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 archer, 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 another club. Were there 2 clubbies per... Oh, another dwarf. Oh, there are 2 different poses to the clubs. Gotcha. Although they're both holding the club in about the same angle. Their shield is where things get different. When I doubled down on my order, the way I went about it was going through the 3.5 monster manual and looking through the numbers of a given organism or creature or however we're phrasing it. Go through those numbers and then go, well, you know, let's have at least enough, if not more, to do that with. So like with the frost giants and the lizard folk, I'll go ahead and get these guys here. Cute. These dwarves can get some love, some orange love. Maybe these are, well, except for the archers, maybe these are nearsighted, excuse me, lizard folk or troglodytes or something that only operate by, well, primarily operate by smell, and these dwarves have just kind of blended in. Light coats, light coats. No coats so far. I don't think I've mixed any of the ink in yet because I want to get the base coat on there and make it stick. Right now we're running with, what do they call it? Podge Orange and some Flow Aid and Airbrush Medium. I don't think I've mixed any other colors in, so we're just at Podge Orange at this point. Which is going to be the probably the darkest orange. I think I'm going to run to some color shifty oranges after this, if I can get it to function for me. Try to get down here where the base is a little bit better. I need to dig out my Lazy Susan. Plural. My Lazy Susans. Does a Lazy Susan automatically become a Karen? Test it on the cardboard first. Alright. Nice little circular movements. So how's everybody been the last few days? I mean, I've tried to do the streaming and gotten frustrated with the airbrush, so... But hey, we're getting some paint on models, and that's what matters. It's all a learning experience. Do what works for you. If you never want to touch an airbrush, by all means, don't. It speeds things up if you've got it working, though. Let's see, where else? And we'll use this skewer to help hold them down to make sure the wind from the airbrush isn't... Oh, turn that down a little. Because we're getting the spotting again because we're too close versus our PSI versus our whatever trigger control. Like you can, this model automatic. Ooh, let's try it that way. Okay, maybe not try it that way. It's getting extra speckly. Extra speckly. Just trying to get this work-life balance, work-life streaming balance, but oh, like I know we're not out of orange yet. You can clearly see it. Yeah, I still don't have the other airbrush up and running. I tried it. I cleaned both of them as thoroughly as possible yesterday after the stream. I'm radioactive. Radioactive. Like it's better than a rattle cam. I just have to exercise more control as if I were using a rattle can, which I haven't used in a while. I have some. I think they're down in the garage in my little storage cubby on the floor in case anything gets leaky. Some distance here. Let's try to get up underneath the... Where are we at PSI wise? 14. Can we go lower? Or is this just the right? So we're hovering between 12 and a half and 13 now. I think 12 and a half is that sweet number. I don't remember. Ooh, too much. Too much, a little too drippy. Let things thoroughly dry between layers kind of thing, but just trying to... You don't have to get 100% coverage. Especially if we're going to be going over these again with other colors for like some zenithal priming, which helps show off the highlights and shadows. Agent Orange. How close do I have to get the... Can we turn down the pressure some more? I think that's what we want to do. Are we going down or up? That says 15 now. Let's take that off. Just go there for a second. Trying to get behind these shields. There we go. So that's what we got to do. Get in nice and close with the fear. One, to toss around what we've already got going on here. Get it to settle in some cracks. And then just slowly ease back on the paint. Pull the drippies around. Like the accelerator model of hand dryer. Just try to, ooh, jeez. Dry things off a little bit. Hey, hi. Say hey, hi. Oh, hum. I'm dealing with all these models. I think I'm going to have a slight logistical nightmare tomorrow because I can bring some of them with me to work. I'm going to be all day. But to get them to the I'm holding it. Alright. Maybe he's telling me he wants his undercarriage done. Yeah. Trust fall. You can't do a trust fall when he can't see you. Yeah, I was not planning on going orange for the lizard folk, but it's not a terrible base coat color, especially if we want to go with oranges or reds or even yellows. I'm holding it, not enough. Alright. Just, come on. Just trying to get behind those shields so I don't have to get into those nooks and crannies with the brush if I don't have to. Running lower on it. Spinning around again. Now you want to be like a foot away with a rattle can. And you got to worry about the humidity levels and such. We're doing this indoors, so let's just wick some of this away. Get that into the nooks and crannies. Yeah, he's got starfish for hands, so improved grapple. And that body and that slam attack's got to be pretty wicked because you're getting hit with coral. Just I might get to the point where I can paint an entire model with airbrush someday, but right now we are just using this for base coating purposes. Don't stay quiet, just make the front of your shield, maybe your shoulders and stuff. If I'd taken more time when I set up, I could have grabbed a few skewers, just ran it between their legs to help hold them down. They'd all have this groove in the middle of their paint, but behind the shield. javelins, because lizard folk and I believe also troglodytes, if I remember correctly, tend to be kitted out with clubs and javelins, so they'll throw javelins at you and to soften you up, and then as you close in, or they close in, then they'll switch over to clubs. And just the little nooks and crannies a little better, kind of blow around what's already there. I'd say switch straight to gravity feed, but we can't because of how the tube works. This is a suction. I mean, I could pour it into the cup itself, but no, I'm not wearing a glove right now. Ooh, hey, hi. Oh, just a little, well, we'll get your undercarriage, I guess. Knock everyone down, get the undercarriage. Lift the tip without touching the needle, hopefully. Gonna bend that sucker. Big guy a minute to resolve here. Alright, so we're going to do them in a low crawl on their bellies position so we can get the backs and that side of the undercarriage, and we'll spin it around. What's it looking like in the bottle? Oh, come on, get in the holder. Definitely need to mix that up. Where's the other stir stick? Put this over here. I made this, what, a couple days ago? Maybe thin it out some more. I mean, I know it looked like I was going willy-nilly, but I was trying to count the drops. I got roughly 11 in there. I was trying for 10. Flow aid 5. Let's see if 10 and 5 is a good ratio for what we got left of our Podge Orange. We want what, the consistency of 2% milk? Might be a little too thick for 2% milk, but I think we might be golden. Got it over here. Airbrushing tip if you're using a location that's not a dedicated paint station, or if you just like to keep it immaculate, cover your paint station with an old towel. There we go, orange. So we're not concerned about the broccoli bases, we're just trying to get the undercarriages and any nooks and crannies we may have missed. Oops, not too much. This is like straight up Crayola red orange. Unless they've given it a specific name now, like they've made macaroni yellow. Thousand times easier than brushing it on. Getting that. Just switching to air for a second. Use the throttle back slowly. You can hear the change in noise when we engage pigment. It's all about practicing. The sooner you get started, the sooner you get good. The more consistent you are, the sooner you get good. I got this airbrush circa 2015, I want to say. I would have had it sooner, but the person I was buying it from secondhand and we couldn't get our schedules to line up. But hey, she included all the stuff he had for the airbrush system and a couple RPG books. Stuff her late husband was not using anymore. We get that side of these spears. Nook. Cranny. Again, to reiterate that point I've made before about water. Make sure we've got power to the phone. Yeah, because that's part of what happened the other day. I had gone to end the stream anyway, but then my phone died at the same time, so I wouldn't have had Wi-Fi to do it anyway. But the point I've made before with how I've got all these different models in various base coat colors, if we're just going to start with them that way, if we don't get them finished in time for a session or what have you, or if you're doing a miniatures game instead of just using miniatures for tabletop RPG, at least you can tell what unit's what. Like the orange guys are the lizards or the coral or the bugbear or the dwarf. But yeah, that orange dwarf, that green dwarf, that purple dwarf, I don't think I painted any dwarves purple, but the blue elf, the blue human cleric, the green human paladin. Just like the oversimplified board game kind of thing. Oh, wow, yeah. We definitely need to get his nooks and crannies. I'm going to get his feetsies because he's all coral. And nice and close. since molds for models tend to make them have a front plate and a back plate, you could just prime them, as it were, base coat them from this angle in the first place, save you some time, save you having to flip them over, well, flip them back up every time they were falling on me. Alright, if I'm going to be over here, let's move the camera over here a little more. Alright. Just trying to see which ones appear to be more dry before we flip them on over to get the front. Alright, I think I'm going to want to rotate the whole thing when I go to do that. Stay. So we can have two hands. Count them, two. Get the undercarriage and the bellies. Although the bugbear must have been on fire guard because he was the only one facing the other way. He's dual wielding some blades. Who does he think he is? Drizzed? Alright, we'll let the Golem dry a little bit more. And I think we're going to race at it from this angle for them. Today was my day off from work. I started to set up to do this earlier. I did mess with the airbrushes themselves earlier to try to get them functional. And then I took a really long nap. So here we are. In the game of hungry or bored, sleep is also an option. You don't put calories in, and maybe you burn some off while you sleep. But then again, if you wake up ravenous and overdo it, it's all for naught. Shaking the paint, drinking the water. I don't want to be coughing up or sneezing out freaking orange later. That is face, more of his undercarriage, swords. Still looks a little wet, so let's just do some air. Put some paint into these nuts and crannies. It's one of the smaller air compressors with a tank, so it doesn't run nearly as often. And it is kind of muted because of the rubbery foam padding, the shipping foam, and the being under the sink. Although I haven't quite gotten it closed yet because I don't have a long enough hose yet. Get it in the holster. We're actually running low. Good. Let's add some ink. Let's see how well this plays. I'm not going to add any more medium or anything to it because this is vivid red-orange. Oh, I didn't flip that guy over. Oh well, he's getting a vivid red-orange back then. Vivid! Cover the nozzle. I haven't glued together this guy yet, but I could have base coated him orange if I wanted. Kings of War. Forces of the Abyss Champion. While it only shows the one head and the one arm with the axe, there's actually interchangeable 2 different arms, 2 different heads, so I'm going to go with magnetizing him anyway, so I can switch it out. Oops. Some of it seeped out of the grommet. Make sure that gets seated in there nice and tight. Come on, give me some vivid. Just trying to clean the tip a little bit with the needle. Because it is as orange can be. Don't get anywhere near the trigger assembly. Okay, just go with a little bit of air to pull the needle back. Well, no, pulling the needle back so it gives us our paint. And then get the paint off the tip of the needle without damaging the needle. Vivid orange. Put this guy over. Reaper bones are hydrophobic, so I didn't want to go with the ink on that first layer. I might do it on other models that are less hydrophobic. Like the Wizkids. Oh, this one's an octopus. That one's a starfish. SpongeBob! Why aren't you in uniform? I'm sorry, Squidward. Little nooks and crannies. I don't want to have to deal with them later. Like, I'll dry brush white on if I need to, or other colors, but I don't want to have to deal with any nooks and crannies. I don't see any white left on the model, at least not on this model. Those ones might not matter as much, but... Oh, we're getting some spitting. Did we run out? We might have run out. It is an ink, so it's super watery, so it might not go as far. We still got some. Let's get the other orange. Off the sides of the bottle. Not much left in there, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was the medium. This is the Flow Aid. It's a smaller bottle, so let's go with less. I don't know what the ratios are supposed to be. The golden mean. Get the ink in there. And 3. Inside there. Make sure that's sealed. Cover our work. I'm just going to be switching from type of orange to type of orange. I'm not going to entirely clean everything out when I go on to the next shade with the refractives. Although I might want to, because they're refractive and they might need to be more pigmentally pure or something. Color shift also from Volkart. No more nooks, no more crannies, come on. Apparently there's orange trees and orange turtles where they live. Orange trees for them to get these clubs. Unless they use something from their own secretions to paint them. They get pigment through and through, like that one type of chicken that, oh, black through and through. Maybe these guys are orange through and through. Those ones are definitely still wet. But it's on their bellies, not on the points that are going to contact the cardboard. Possibly the same there. Orange Dwarf. Same. And I've definitely rattle can things to the point where they've been stuck to the cardboard before, or newspaper, or whatever I'm using to put them on. Alright. Let's go with a glove, because I'm going to hold this. And while I have some orange on me right now, I don't want more than I have to. It's acrylic, it comes off with the either nail polish remover, rubbing alcohol, or Just some dish soap. But the less I've got to worry about it, the better. Both sides seem to be lacking. Well, gotta get down into the brain coral swirls. I'm alternating ever so slightly between pigment and air so it can just blow it into the nooks and crannies for me. Oh, you can actually see the, well, maybe not with the contrast going on, but the details that they put into this model. You can actually see the beak of the octopus on the underside along with the suckers. Speaking of suckers, you see the suckers on the starfish as well. Starfish hands. Nooks and crannies. I just got You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch in my head, but at work yesterday or so, I had contended that it wasn't the Grinch's heart that grew 3 sizes that day, it was his stomach. The events that Seuss portrayed are not, necessarily accurate to what happened that day. Historians take a lot of liberties. At least some do. He got invited to their meal. He actually attended it. He got stuffed. He had, was it Kummerschmecked going on? Where you eat more than you wanted to because your food is so good? Or is Kummerschmecked grief bacon? In the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. Those words that don't necessarily have an easy English analog. Get oranges. Set your time. Oh no, these are dry now. No, I'm only saying it's the back, of course it's dry now. Ease into the throttle. some point when the budget allows for it, I'd love to track down a lot of the models from the other Reaper Bones Kickstarters. They would have been a lot easier to invest in via the Kickstarter, but maybe someone's unloading them on the secondary market. I almost want to start doing that. We get to video number 50, I think I'm gonna start doing some dragons. I should have the airbrush working well enough to use this as a paint test model for an aspect of Tiamat. This is available at Walmart. Incense holder. I made sure to run it through the dishwasher in the top shelf, the upper rack, to get any dust off of it and get any of the incense powder out of there. My buddy also had one. His broke. I may or may not have the broken one here, or they may have just pitched it. If I have the broken one, then that'll be a Tiamat statue that this breaks out of. So I'll put it in like metallic renditions of this. For this, I'll probably go with either testing out what I plan on using on Maldrakar, the Reaper Bones 2 huge model of a 5-headed dragon. So I'll either go with classic Tiamat colors for this, or I will go with these colors like I've been planning on using for the model. And meanwhile, this is just been sitting down here waiting until I get better. I've got a bunch of other dragons that I can paint on the way to there. Plus a lot of random models from Heroquest and Reaper and such. Probably going to sell off my Malifaux minis. So if you're interested in some Malifaux minis on the cheap, do we want to put these guys in orange while we've got the paint available? And if so, how are we going to do it? I think these guys are as orange as they need to be. What am I doing? I'm not putting that on. Just need another piece of cardboard to put them on. That'll work. What the heck was stuck to that? Huh. Well now, whatever it was. Small pile of magic tokens. Set these guys over here. So let's try the laying down method. Laying down on the job, are ye? These ones are looking like the Wizkids because I did brush them. Ooh, I forgot these kobolds and lizards, so let's get those. Out of sight is truly out of mind. So put them all the same direction for consistency, for flipping them over and stuff. Yeah, some of these have like a samurai theme to them with the, actually Egyptian theme to them. It looked like samurai, but yeah, my Egyptian kobolds. This one's missing the tip of there, so maybe I'll make that into a banner instead. It's missing the tip of the spear. Don't know what I'm going to use this model for, but that's not as important as getting paint on it. But I'm thinking it's a bystander in the situation, and it just happened to get enlarge cast on it, or grab a magic item that grants enlarge. Too close, but I don't want them too far either. Let's add a third row, if possible. These are mostly monks. I'm going to try to see if I have enough control to get just her wings and not her purple parts. Anything else that's just there? Let's give these guys some protection over here. Get my food containers from work, wipe them out, use them too. There we go, didn't clog, thank you. Must mean I have enough flow aid going on. So zenithal priming, if you've already got them coated in one color, you can go over just like the top, especially if you got them standing up, over the top in a brighter color. So if you do black priming first, then you can do white above it, and your highlights will be what you paint. The white will be where you put the highlights, or at least the lighter color of the two. Some nice little scale detail, let's not mess that up. Scale and armor detail. Let's move these guys up because they're kind of under his broccoli base. Although his broccoli actually has some details on it. Spray powder is nice and small right now. Oh, hey. I just took recognition. Nope. Oh. You'll just have to be the backwards one. You're the one that's going to pull fire guard here in a minute. Seriously, stay put. I'm a little heavy on that one. Alright, while we've got paint, before we have to mix anything, there, bit, but no big deal. As thin of a coat as it does with the airbrush and the atomizing, I'm just going to rest it right against her hip here and try to trace what I need. I want to outside from the side. I don't know if that's an imperfection in the model or if it's an intentional bit of damage to her wing. I'm not that concerned with it. Alright, we're going to use our thumb and the glove to try to mask her a little bit while we going for the kill. Just there. Kind of spread that out. Although I think I want to do her hair. But no, I'll give her like raven black hair. I've got quite a few blondes and redheads already as far as hair colors go. Try to cover the body just a little bit. Keep wing tips. Like I said, I'm mostly base coating with airbrush now to try to cut down on time, but as my control gets better, control and confidence, those go hand in hand. Let's turn her this way. There are so many cool effects you can do with airbrushing. Oh, I got her booty. Thought I was blocking it with my thumb, but I was trying to get that spot of wing in between there. Let's see if we can wipe that off with the Q-tip. And it's thinner because it's airbrushed, so it'll be easier to paint over it, but the less you have to do that, the easier it's going to be. Ease into the throttle. Let's paint the spots we want to. But so far we're like a wing and a half in, so out of the 4 surfaces we're trying to paint, I got a little bit of overspray on her 1 foot and more on her booty. Arr. I'm reading a DM's campaign notes, or recaps, I should say. And they've got a succubus as a... Oh shoot, I got that whole side of her. if you don't have great control, there's Silly Putty you can use it to mask the model, just cover the stuff you don't want to paint. There's also newspaper, paper towels, however you can manage to protect your model, protect your neck. Let's try to get it over the head a little bit more. If I get it on the broccoli base, I do not care, because that's getting a whole different, darker color anyway. Just making sure all of the wing was exposed. See, and then we can just go ham. That's thicker than I wanted, but... Whoops, the hair shot. What is that? Why is it stuck to her? And with her being Reaper Bones, those wings are flexible, so you can pose them to a degree without actually having to mod the model. Get out of there. So it wasn't all exposed, but... Huh. Let's get that little... imperfection. Let's try to get just in spot where it joins the bottom. Rest it right up, and by it I mean the nozzle housing, not the needle. Ease back on that throttle. Switch to just air. Nothing to it but to do it. If I get overspray on the ones I'm already painting orange, then I won't have to paint them as much. Wondering why these guys didn't have paint. It's like, oh wait, I was trying to make sure I had enough paint for these guys. I mean for her, before I went on to those guys. Just there. Just there. If you ever need help visualizing cone attacks in D&D, just look at the different sizes of spray from different distances with your airbrush. That'll give you an idea of it. Let's turn her the other way because of how she likes to lean. And if we just have the talons on the wing tips get a little messed up, no big, we can touch those up anyway. We're probably going to mess those up while we're hand painting her. A little bit more coverage over this side while, ooh, slow down. So there's a skull and some leaves. Ah. Just the air, just the air, just the air. A little bit of paint. A little bit of paint. Oh, I thought this guy was another spearman and that it was going right into his back. Don't really need to get the tabs because those will either get cut off, which it's kind of late at this point, or I'll use them to attach them to a base. And I should have their slot of bases around here somewhere. Oop, hey. Let's get that side while we can see it. I forgot to trim off some of the places where they were broken off the sprue. We are running low, which means we're likely to get spattery, which is never a good thing, unless that's the effect you're looking for. Alright, get this side real quick. Things that I may or may not be able to see from that angle. Alright. Well. Get a little bit of airbrush cleaner on there. Oops. I want the fuzzies from the it's been an hour and 10 minutes. I am going to use the facilities, come back, give them time to dry, add more paint. Water as well. Sorry guys. They're both over on the couch. See if I can get them in this shot. Arthur, and then that lump on the gray blanket is Merlin. Turn around so we can see your eyeballs. Hi. Hi, Arthur. Like I said, when I get the setup done a little bit better, I'm going to give everybody a kitty cam so you can see these guys and how ridiculously cute they are. Oh, my eyeballs. Where's a tissue? Oh. Moisturize me. Moisturize me. Oops, what am I doing? I don't even have the paint change yet. I am liking the contrast between the purple and orange right now, so even if I don't get more paint on her, speaking of which, let's not get more paint on her accidentally. She's at least going to be kind of stunning and ferocious. Oh my. Getting the holster. I do not have the chat popped up, so if I haven't been responding to you, I apologize. Chat. If it'll log in this time. Last time it didn't. Wow, that looks radioactive. Like, it's so radioactive in this camera that it's glowing, but in the life cam over here, it just, because it looks significantly darker here in person. Turn it around like that. Spin this around. Get this side of the model. Okay, so this is what I'm saying for zenithal priming. If you have already done, say, black or a darker shade of what you're going for, on the bottom, you can see it. So we would do our highlight color on the top after already having our low light shadowy color on the bottom. But that's not the final result we're going for. I learned the technique on accident before I had a name for it. I was just doing it with 2 different colors of rattle can. It seemed to help. And then I found out there's a name for it, and it's zenithal priming. So, yay for convergent paint volution. Just adding more of what we got. Is 82 cents for the Podge orange and $2.51 for the Liquitex ink vivid red orange. And just with these 2 batches, I think I've more than got my money's worth. Just gonna try to stir, not shake. Huh. Well, I have the chat window up, but it doesn't show me anybody. Although I don't see anybody on the other one, so... Alright. Haven't seen Jim in a while. Probably because I said I was going to be on last Friday, and then plans changed at the last minute, but I still tried to go on later that night, but I was unaware that, oh hey, we don't let you stream from mobile, stream from mobile until you have 50 subscribers. So socket that in there. Get some air through. Nope, put some paint through. Alright, we are in business. Start from off the canvas and move on to the canvas, basically. A little bit more pressure. Whoop, not that much. Sides and undercarriages. Not really worried about getting the bottom of the broccoli bases. Like I said, I only wanted to do that for the Golem because it's literally made of coral and its broccoli bases are separate as the bottoms of its feet. So thought it was appropriate. Are we not getting... No. The Order of the Orange are a sect of druids devoted to, or a sect of monks devoted to, orangeness. Alrighty. Any more undercarriages that need some love? So with just some air. I don't know if I tagged the categories on this video since I launched via OBS. That might be why I had Jim as a viewer initially, because I did go all out and tag everything, and then I forgot for a few videos because it's under the show more thing, and I forgot to click on it. You live, you learn, you paint, you learn, whoa, you learn. First concert I went to, Alanis Morissette was headlining. Whoop, ran out of paint already. Was headlining Buzzard Fest #2. Not that they called it that. They just called it Buzzard Fest. But the year before they had Buzzard Fest, and it had Bush and other bands there. Bush was the headliner. It was the summer of Jagged Little Pill, and she headlined there. I don't know if that was a stop on her regular tour or not, but Goo Goo Dolls opened on the main stage, followed by Jewel on the main stage, who made fun of Dolores from Cranberries just a little bit, digging into her yodeling past. If I were Dolores from Cranberries, I would sing it like this, and she was singing the homophobic slur verse of Pieces of You. Do you hate him because he's pieces of you? Are you afraid you're just the same? But she warbled the slur a few times. She was like, if I were Dolores from Cranberries, I'd sing it like this, and then warbled F, F. So. Get some fuzzies on this guy. Considering these guys have been primed in black since like 1999 or so, would not be surprised if there's some fuzzies on there. Alright, went a little hard and heavy with that. So. Anyone else from Box NPC can get some orange on just to do it? Those guys are green, so I don't think I want to put orange on the green guys, but I could be wrong. They're chaos things. Chouse. Alright. Those are goblins, but specifically these three guys, I might want to do an orange. I don't think so for the Wizard of Oz stuff, though. But I definitely need to take this carrier with me to work. Because this has all the characters and stuff in it. I gotta make sure I load that up tonight. There's something sticking up that shouldn't be. Oh, the camel's head. Like it can close if it's standing normal, but it was not standing normal. Don't want to do anything to the invisible models yet, but these other guys we can get some paint on. We have a way of setting, I mean, I've still got to flip these over and do the backs. I'm just looking ahead to see what I can do next. Close up shop for a second. If it falls, at least it just goes ka-funk. Okay. Looking for another piece of cardboard. Probably want something bigger than that for how many pieces I've got. Oops, some of those tokens went rogue on. Oh, never mind. Those ones are still sealed. Oh. It would have been real great to have primed or base coated the red slod with the orange. Hi. There's some more cardboard sitting around here. Ooh, but we do. Just gonna go with this empty box of pumpkin spice Cheerios. Yes, it's taken me this long to eat 2 boxes of it since it was on clearance for being end of pumpkin spice season. Although you can get it any time of year. Ooh, yellow orange. You can do highlights. Still gotta be consistent for the back though. We got the... Oh shoot! I didn't realize I had sap green because I was looking for blues, and that's what the phthalo green ended up doing. Phthalo green. Yeah, I've got a sap green. And I've got this flesh tint. Alrighty. Put that back. Put the yellow in. Yellow in the lineup. Let's get some more water. Why am I closing it? Hi, Marla. Need some more paint. Get out of there. So, Goo Goo Doll's open. Jewel was on the second opener on the main stage. Is this watered down enough to get a little bit more? Or is it still a loaf of orange? That is still a loaf of orange. Let's get a little bit of pigment out of there. If we can. This was at Blossom Music Center. Prick was the other headliner off of their single Animal on Your Back. Animal. You really don't know, do you? But they got introduced by Jagger and Dr. Judy from Love Phones or Love Line, whichever one is not Dr. Drew. It was before him. This next band is a euphemism for a penis, and they went through quite a few, and then he said dick, and she's like, no, but it rhymes. Prick! The lights went down, then the freaking strobe lights and stuff kicked in. It was intense. Then Alanis Morissette got out there to headline, and she was wearing her white suit, and it was a blacklight responsive white suit, and they had a blacklight spotlight on her, so she was literally glowing like an angel, like, you know, when she became God, or was revealed to be God in Kevin Smith's movie Dogma, which you can actually watch that one independent of whether or not you've seen the other Jerseyverse offerings, but you'll get more of the references if you've seen the other ones, especially the antics of Jay and Silent Bob. We're back in the orange business. I My sinuses are mad at me or something. Maybe this is not enough filtration. What the heck? Airbrush cleaner. So maybe we let it sit too long with that bathroom break. Clean around the nozzle, clean around the needle. Oh, that's a shiny needle. I think that's what we want. Oh! Hopefully that wasn't long enough that I have to reset my microwave clock and my bedroom clock if it was on the same breaker. Are you painting or not? Oh, hey! Maybe it just wasn't mated in there properly. Alright. Huh. Let's take these down. Take this entire assembly down. Precarious as it seems to be. Ooh, there's cards in there. What cards are in here? Huh, well, lands it looks like. Get you out of the way. Can't get you out of my head. Can't get you out of my head. Alright, now we're in business. Yes, if you don't want to use black as a primer, there are lots of other colors to choose from. And if you're going with orange, green is a really creepy undertone for it. These guys are just green plastic, but oops. Slow down a little. Just some air, spread that on. So quick with fear. Uh-oh. Oh, we cleaned the needle. Using the throttle, hold them by the axe, and get that sweet spot of distance. Oops. Bit of a heavy-handed coat, but undercarriage, a little bit more pressure, more paint, or what have you. Let's flip that back over now that it's actually functional. I still got the whole other side of those models to do. Huh? mess with any of the settings because we've got it somewhat functional right now. Drip some down in there. Get all of it nice and clean. Not looking forward to a full day of work tomorrow. I am looking forward to a full day of pay, however. Still struggling. Still struggling. My legs have been doing slightly better. I don't know if they just need to get used to standing on concrete again, but I know that after however many years, 6 years of active duty road marches and stuff, and standing at attention for countless months on end, basically, if you add up all the hours of being at attention, especially during change of command ceremonies, we've got to stand there and look pretty while you drone on about how great your command here was and how you're sure that the new person will do just as good of a job, and then rambling on and on about how your barber gave you such great tactical and technical advice, and the barber he was talking about, she was the one all of us avoided because she would mess your hair up. There's only like 5 hairstyles you can have as a male soldier in the army, and the one guy, I'm sorry if what my idea of what you wanted for your hair and your idea of what you wanted for your hair were different. Like, did he ask for this one or that one or that one? There's only 5 choices. Come on. Do you want it all shaved off? Do you want a high and tight? Do you want a high fade, a medium fade, like, or God forbid you want a flat top? Generally, none of these stylists I've gone to in my military haircuts knew how to do a proper haircut, proper flat top, but the barbers more often than not do. That's regardless of sex or gender. The barber at Fort Hunter Liggett gave me a pretty good flat top, but she went with the one that's like the reverse horseshoe, and it's like, that's not quite what I wanted, but it's still a flat top. When I was in the reserves, I was trying to rock the, well, in my civilian life while I was in the reserves, I was trying to change up my facial hair every month between drill, since you gotta shave it off every month. Is something leaking? So I'd have just a mustache, or various forms of goatee, or beards. But in the military, I was rocking the porn stash and aviator glasses and a flat top. So I looked like either Super Troopers or Reno 911 on purpose. It's like it's in regs. I don't care how I look at drill. I'm trying to impress nobody. Just try to be within regulations. Although there were times when I was pushing it, you're only allowed maybe 2 inches on top, and I was pushing 3 or 4 inches on top. But when it's come down, it's not like I had bangs or anything. Could have been like one of the instructors at my AIT job school. Ask him why we call him Slick Willie. The dude had his hair slicked back. So one of the soldiers was dumb enough, or took the bait, as it were, and they had to hold a chair out in front of them during class for a while. I was not that soldier. I mean, I got smoked or otherwise embarrassment PT kind of things for a lot of things, mostly my mouth, or not having my room quite as spotless as they wanted. And it's like, I know damn well that guy down the hall has a worse room than I do, but go ahead, make an example out of me because I'm in the first room you're inspecting. Thanks, RoboCop. Drill Sergeant RoboCop from New Zealand had this huge Grinch smile. Alright, take the paint off. Come on. Take the nozzle cover off, or housing, or whatever you want to call it. Alright, take the, try to get this paint off the needle. Let's put it down. Some airbrush cleaner on here. Because I don't want to mess with the other end of the airbrush since it's actually been working for me tonight. Don't mess with a good thing. In theory, I could loosen the nut, pull the needle out, clean it some more, but don't know if I have to go all out right now. Ooh, definitely need to clean that out though. It is thoroughly orange. Although the nozzle assembly seems to be fine, except for the tip. Anyway, alright. Let's get this school grade paintbrush in there to try to clean it out. Where's this other school grade one? Go try to mop that out of there. Oh, you're not small enough, are you? Let go. Got two sets of cleaner brushes on here. It's like cleaning a weapon. Ah! Alright. Almost 2 hours. Weapons cleaning kit brush. Not too rough, not too harsh. A little bit stronger than most toothbrushes for your teeth. Let's get a little bit of airbrush cleaner on there. Tip of the nozzle here so that the paint doesn't start gumming up the works. Right, there's that, there's that. Let's come back to the needle and try to get down in there a little bit. Yeah, so part of why this one, not this one, why that one I thought was failing me and bubbling up in the cup is because it didn't have one of these guards in there. So I put one in there, and it's still messing up. And this is still apparently dirty because it's getting the needle dirty every time I put it in there. I figure, if we're missing an entire part in there from whenever either when I disassembled it or the previous owner disassembled it, because I'm pretty sure I put back every part that I took off, but could be wrong. Hey, there we go. Use up the orange that's hiding in there real quick. It's okay, I'm reloading. Be careful where you're putting your fingers when you're doing anything, because you don't want to bend that tip and you don't want to accidentally start spraying paint everywhere. Come on. Come on. Do we have to gravity feed for a minute? Okay. Drop that. Let's go all air. Spread the love, spread the paint. It's the age of Orange Aquarius. Back to Jewel for a second. I do have her book of poetry, but I have not read it yet. Alright, these guys have had adequate time to dry on the orange side. They've already got primer on them, so the black primer on them, so if I miss a spot with the orange, I can touch it up with whatever I'm brush painting on there. Yeah, I bought a few packs of different lizard men back at the comic shop in Alaska, and I primed them. I later painted a couple of them when I was at Fort Irwin, California. Jason from North Kakalaki, because I know how he hates hearing that. The guy's a living embodiment of Hank Hill as far as the whoa at anything that he can't quite fathom. It's like, dude, you're into role-playing games like Vampire the Masquerade. How are you, upset by certain things in the public sphere these days? Things orange. Remember, I put more podge orange on here. That's why things are getting hella darker. This orange should be a good base coat for doing my skin tones. Haven't talked to him in a bit, but one of the Malifaux players in Germany, Evil Bleach Man? Yeah, Evil Bleach Man. Likes using orange for his primer color, at least when it came to certain factions, specifically his gremlins, but I know he used it for a lot of things. I got his Karai, first edition Karai set from him years ago, mostly pre-painted. He shipped them to me in halfway decent chunk of pluck foam. He's like, I figured you could use that for anything else later. Like, yes, awesome. And he put a couple of notices on the package. This is coming from Germany, mind you, and it's got to go through however many customs offices between there and here. And yeah, he puts the warning from Gremlins on there. Do not feed after midnight. Do not get wet. Midnight where? Are they on a German time scale, or with the original Gremlins? Like, are they on Beijing time? Are they on some mysterious other time zone from coming out of like the jungles, or actually from coming from the desert? Since you don't want to get them wet, they have to be a desert species, right? Well, they'd have to be from a water area to reproduce that way, so. But if they don't want to outstrip their environment, have them live in a desert, like, oh, these things are so cute. Oh, you're filthy. Let me give you a... Start giving them a bath, and now you've got a bunch of gremlins, or the equivalent. Slow down, Pete. Frustrated Incorporated. We can make things happen. Make things right. This is what that little cleaning station thing is for. You put airbrush cleaner in there and then you spray in and stuff. Not using it at the moment. Just there. Keep the detail of that braid. Like, this kid's like more hair than kid. These onto the throttle. Undercarriage. Progress is progress. But I used Farron's paints. He had the Lizard Man army, and I had these random Lizard Men. Because I didn't take much with me from Alaska to California. However, I did come back here to Ohio on leave in between. Some drama involved, but I won't get into that at the moment. But I tried to go minimalist. Tried to just have my Hunter the Requiem book. Hunter the Reckoning books. Sideways. But shelfy here. Still sideways. There. So that huge chunk of orange books, out of all these other RPG books, which I had most of them at the time. I left all of them here except for my hunter books. Back to the paint station. Oh, come on. It's a little bit more into the orange. There we go. So I took those with me. I later bought Demon the Fallen when it came out. And a few other books from the comic shop right there on post in the PX. If you're at Fort Irwin, California, if Jenny still has her comic shop there, do stop in and get something. Such a friendly and helpful lady. If she didn't have it, she'd find a way to get it, even if it wasn't in her normal catalog. Go there, get a haircut, stop over there like, I got you something. Like, wait, what? Oh, okay. That came in. Cool. Bought way too much MechWarrior Dark Ages while I was there. Way too fiscally irresponsible of me. Although with the first set of MechWarrior Dark Ages, the original core set, you can tell if you're getting one of the, at the time, $20 models, and it was only like $10 for a pack. Unless you bought the starter, which I think was 20. But if you bought just a booster, you could tell if they had one of the legendary mechs, or MechWarrior pilots anyway, in there, because they had a dossier with them, and that changed how it sounded. So if you did the Christmas morning thing, so I got 2 or 3 of the Draconis Combine legendary mech. I'm drawing a blank on its name right now. I haven't played much Battletech besides MechWarrior Online a few years ago. Alrighty, well, now we're at 2 hours. Let's set this down. Move these guys onto here. Try to find somewhere safe to put them. I need to get more brown on that, but I don't have brown set up right now. So I guess we won't be going to sea this weekend, because I don't think I can take all my ship stuff with me to work with me. But we will see. What time is it? What you messaging me for? It's only 11. No, I don't want to go DoorDash with anyone. Alright. Yeah, I left Uber right after Uber Eats even started. If I take the Coral Golem out of there, I should be able to set these guys right on top of the other guys. Ta-da! Sandwich! So we're just going to use this. Let's cut the box in half. And we can use it twice. Or pry it open at the seams. I just wasn't seeing the seam. Let's... Oops. Okay, whatever. Let's trim this off. Whatever. Slow down. Sit down. Well. Anyway. There we go. Oh. 2 instead of 1. Where did I set these guys? Kenku. Oh, these are the other racial amongst some Kinku and other kin. The band with no name. This guy probably should have been purple, but I guess he'll be an orange acolyte. Oop. Hey, this guy's kind of demonic, like the Kings of War. What are you called? Forces of the Abyss champion. This guy's got Doctor Strange collar going on. Along with this other wizard here. And this Frank Frazetta style evil warlock. Death Knight, something, something. Squeeze in another row here. These guys up here. I don't want to go with the invisible ones. I want to leave them invisible. I don't know what is causing the discoloration, but there might be a way to clean that and seal it. I'm not messing with glue right now, so this guy can stay. Actually, it's an easy tab. So we'll get this guy painted. I just won't put those in yet. Will I? Won't I? Let's see. There's one arm. There's the other. Good enough. Alright. Now we'll glue that in later after we get him thoroughly painted. Leave the invisibles over here in a corner somewhere and then sequester them. Can we close everything like that? We can. Alright. Put a divider in here. Orange man, orange together with my orange. Orange man, save me here. Alright, let's use the facilities and come back. It's only 11, guys, come on. get some more ice and water. Yeah, I'm out of ice. Clean this container out real quick. The sedimenty brown. Let's put this here to hopefully remind us. Where did we put the... Huh. Where do we put... Oh. Where do we put the face mask? Please be working. Okay, good. Nice even coverage. Keep our hands, we'll keep our arm anchored a little bit. That's a bit much. We've got some stability here. Inside the shield here. Darker inside the sleeves. With the broccoli base. Bring the light over here a whole lot more. Alright. Uh-oh. There we go. I didn't realize how ridiculous the shield was. Basically, if you took Saruman's face and then stretched his tongue out of his mouth. Because that's not an intelligent item at all, no. Freaking... Shield of Taunting or something? With whatever personality. Come up with a name for him later. Any Lord of the Rings fans? Give me Saruman's original Maiar name? Maybe we'll make a hodgepodge between Saruman and his original name. Mix those together into like a portmanteau or something. I'm quite fond of portmanteaus. Like, I was watching a video earlier on the Iron Curtain in the sky around Russia because of their invasion of Ukraine. And how it's similar to the Iron Curtain in the sky from the Cold War. And it's like, save a syllable there, the Skyrim Curtain. Puns and portmanteaus. A little more orange, not that much orange, come on. And they all might be blindingly orange now, but it's a step closer to being painted as opposed to the blindingly can't see any of the details. White. Under the shield. Starting at the top since they've had a few extra seconds to dry. Bright light, bright light. I do want to go back to brown and touch up the boats, but I also want to switch to purple for that other vessel. So if he's going to have a fancy ship, his own personal elemental powered yacht, I want it to stand out a little bit from the other ships. Eventually I plan on making some kind of elemental ring around it, at least around the upper half. Since it's a water vessel, I don't have to necessarily do the lower half that would be below the water line. Alright. Ready to get up into the nooks and crannies. At least we have one airbrush functional right now. Had I known I was going to do this much orange, I probably would have gone with a larger bottle for mixing by orange, but you know, bordering on industrial, like house painting size airbrush. Oop. Behind the elbows. Like holding the cord on the vacuum. Get under the standards. Mind you, this is straight on the bones like we did with the coral. And there is ink involved, and we're still getting some good coverage here. I'm orange, da ba dee da ba orange, da 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 da, orange, da 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 dee da. Oops, just there. Just there. Thins it out and dries it off. Ease back on the throttle. On. Keep the missing spots. Fold of the cloth. If you watch me putting purple or green or blue on things, you'll see how much faster this has been. Whoop, hi. Secret Agent Man. See the gaps where I haven't actually glued the arms in yet, but that's fine because then I haven't missed the spot with the paint. It'll have gone in there into all those nooks and crannies. Oops. Where is Carmen San Diego? Follow the line of the water, get under the folds of the forest, touch air for a second. Air on the side of caution. Why wasn't I doing this at the first timber top apartment? I had a decent setup there, and although I didn't find the manicure stations until we were moving into the second one, but I might have stumbled across those while I was built the first one. Had we stayed at the first one, I like to do salvage runs while I was living there, because the unwritten rule of, hey, if it's something cool like furniture, leave it next to the dumpster and someone else will claim it. I got a weight bench that way, a few bookshelves, a dining room table, a set of fuzzy dining room chairs. Apparently the previous owners either didn't have cats or theirs were declawed, because there was no fur on them and no scratch marks. These boys sure liked using them as scratching posts, but I didn't mind. One, they were secondhand. Two, they were free. And three, that's just what cats do. Like, really the only rule I got with my buddies here is don't get up on the counter in the kitchen. And Merlin broke that rule a few times at the old apartment by Tangier. See, I'm talking about you. It's like you've got other windows on this side of the house to look out of that don't require getting on the kitchen counter. But a few snaps later and he's down. Snap, snap. Like, oh, shoot, I must be up here. No, you're not. Nobody, you're not. Understood. Okay, hold still. I need to see if Todd in the Shadows has put out some more One Hit Wonderlands lately. I know I saw an update for one of them, but it wasn't a song I was familiar with, so I wasn't about to tune into it at that time. I mean, his commentary is good regardless of whether or not you're familiar with the band, but bands or artists in question. And I'd seen quite a few of his videos a few years ago. While delivering pizza, had plenty of time to listen to him. And since he doesn't really do much with the screen, it's not like I had to watch him, I just had to hear him. My prescription strength pain relief gel, the occasional pain relief pill, and possibly changing my posture at work. Legs are hurting a little less than they were the first week or so. Still not happy about standing on concrete at any job. I miss my 8 months at the Census Bureau in 2020. We definitely worked hard and played hard. Playing Pandemic during our breaks on Fridays. Like, hey, can you man the phones? And try to make it through Pandemic. I think we won once or twice out of all those games, because those scenarios can escalate in a hurry. Especially if you have less than ideal characters for the situation as it develops. Played a little bit of Magic, just the pre-con decks I picked up. I'm using the dice I picked up from Walmart. Also filmed my part for a Blair Witch meets Bloody Mary horror movie that I did, that I participated in. The Temptress Witch. I have not actually watched it all the way through. I need to pull it up on my projector sometime soon. I hadn't seen the first horror movie I was in, so it's like, oh. I haven't watched the other ones either. Like, I saw the first one, it just came out much later than we expected. I filmed my part for that horror movie as Xander, a YouTuber musician giving you bass lessons. Let's get this whole Saruman face here. Folds of the cloak. Got such a tiny head compared to his hand. He's got these big meaty hands, but he's got this tiny little head under this helmet. Presumably, if there's a head at all. Maybe the shield is the sentience and it's just carrying this around. Because yesterday I was looking at a D&D post on Facebook, and one of the people is playing a sentient hat. So basically playing the Sorting Hat. My words, not theirs. On top of an animated mannequin, but the mannequin can't do anything without the hat. And technically vice versa. So yeah, you've got a character that can be defeated by a stiff breeze. Like Frosty. There's a Golem spell enchanted in that hat, but it doesn't work if it's not sitting on something that you can make a Golem. Oops, where did that come from? Random Arthur here. Random Arthur, meow, meow, meow. I'm talking about you, or singing about you, or whatever you want to call it. Come on, we shouldn't be hungry. We had a Wendy's double bacon burger right before we started this stream 2.5 hours ago. We shouldn't be hungry already. While I don't necessarily need to take all these NPCs with me tomorrow, I definitely need to take the PCs with me tomorrow, so I might as well have these guys at least in orange, even if I don't pull any of them out for the game. Like, so far the only one I think I've used from this pack of NPCs, I'm calling it, well, the cleric and the porter. Most of the rest of the stuff was either pre-painted D&D miniatures or Wizkids Nolzur's marvelous miniatures. These back on the floor slowly. Should be able to get to the end of this line, right? Just touching things up. Look at those heels. Oh, just her hair. I thought she was wearing a beret for a second. These guys that are a bit more futuristic, the chronoscope says, makes me want to paint my mealy. Well, I've got a few of her, I should say. I've got like 2 of the regular edition and 2 of the limited edition, I believe. Like one of the actual limited edition in the box with the droid she's looking for to smash with her giant spanner or wrench or what have you. That back leg before we consider it. Get in there. Kind of looks like what's his face from Fantastic Beasts. back here just a little bit better. Start turning you around. The undercarriage. Where did I start the touch-up? I thought I started it from the top, but I must have skipped around. Too much, way too much, too much, too much, too much, too much to say, too much to say. Another hobgoblin. Get in, on, and around this head. Under carriage, under arm, under arrow. Alright. Oh, hey Jim, there you are. Hi. I didn't think my chat was working. Got the airbrush going, at least one of them. Making things orange. Painting up the NPCs. My Reaper Bones 3 Kickstarter. And I've just dubbed these the NPCs out of the core set and possibly some of the ones from the, what was it? Graveyard expansion. I don't think I've grabbed the Mythos expansion miniatures right now. Ooh, but those could go orange so easily as a base coat, since they are otherworldly abominations, things of pure nightmare. How are you doing, Jim? I mentioned you somewhere earlier in the video that you might not have come back since I haven't been tagging the videos, or at least not all of them. Compressor in the kitchen next to the dishwasher under the sink. So where the disposal would go. Hi, Carmen San Diego. I think Cracked.com covered it, but Carmen San Diego was actually part of a larger educational. Now you're not missing much. Like the last 2 days, the airbrush and I were not getting along. I've got like 3 different airbrushes, and this one's doing the spitting in the cup thing, the bubbles. And this one, I don't know what was going wrong with it, but I got this one somewhat functional. I've got like an acre of orange going on here. Most importantly, the coral golem. So we're gonna have some adventure on the high seas, possibly this weekend if I can get the docks and stuff with me. Yeah, this was me actually trying, it's earlier in the video, but trying to airbrush the orange on the wings without getting too much on the purple, which a little bit on the hair, a little bit on that leg, the booty, and that boot. Like, not too bad control wise, considering I have not used an airbrush for more than a few hours of painting the boats the first time. Like getting some of the initial coat on them. Oh, that's right, I didn't get this top row. I started here. Did I go down to the next row instead? Because I'm seeing these guys don't have enough orange. Yeah, last week I said I was going to paint on Friday, and then that didn't happen because I had to go stay at my buddy's to have a ride to work, but I've got a ride to work tomorrow with the coworker, so I only have to stay over on Saturday, run my D&D game in Eberron 3.5, and then I will head to work the next day and then head home. Then my kitties don't have to miss me nearly as much, and vice versa. Just some air because I went a little too heavy with the paint. Oh, hey, hi. That's a lot of white still showing through. This bones is literally bones. It is bright white. Yeah, I've upgraded the setup slightly. I downloaded the free open source OBS software so that I could use all three of my webcams, not just the Microsoft LifeCam. Eventually I plan on using one of these to be the kitty cam and set up a bed of sorts for them to lay on over here nearby, assuming the compressor doesn't scare them like the vacuum does. They don't seem to be paying it much mind, but they're all the way over on the couch. Orange, orange, orange. Set this down. Basically do a scavenger hunt to see if anybody needs just a little bit more love. Thank you. Yeah, because right now I'm using this one as a paint studio. Oops, that one's being blocked, but the me cam and the other overhead cam. An army buddy had criticized or at least made commentary about the multiple hours of top-down view only. So it's like, I'll fix it. I have the stuff to do it. I just don't have the software yet. He sent me a video which was partially helpful, but it was for Apple users, so I couldn't hook my iPhone to my computer as another camera, although I could probably do the same with my Android here. My Moto 6. It's a good phone, but I'd recommend getting the 7 or 8 or so, whichever one they started being 5th generation. That way you can take full advantage of the new technology. and so that it's fully compatible with your vaccine chip. I mean, my conspiracy theory about why the 5G myth about, oh, you'll get better vision, is that those towers aren't necessarily just cell phone towers. They're what provide the images for the cabin in the woods style simulation that we're living in. We're not necessarily plugged in like in the Matrix, but this is jokingly, though, at least half jokingly, but we're not plugged into the goo tanks like in the Matrix. We're walking around like cabin in the woods style, and we're basically under not necessarily a flat earth dome, but they're using the sky to project the weather, like using shortwave to bounce off the clouds to transmit and receive around the world, depending on the various elements that come into play with that. Like if you watch We Were Soldiers, and their commo guy pulls some wizardry to pick up their broadcast from Vietnam to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Pretty powerful movie as far as war movies go. We got to see that while I was stationed at Fort Wainwright, Alaska. We worked out some kind of deal with the theater to go in at like 10 o'clock that morning to see it, and move these guys out of the orange zone. Put them on top of the other two layers. See if there's anything else up here. Ooh, up here I want to make orange. Not the weapons, probably the demons, but not tonight. Well, there's Mealy that I was talking about. Get out of the way, Slaughter Base. Get out of the way, Slaughter Base. Yeah, she's got this oversized wrench. She's using her for Rose in the Steam Fitters Union for Malifaux. So an Arcanist. Yeah, Melee, not Mealy. Mealy is D&D Wizard for 3.5. But Melee Special Edition set from Bombshell Miniatures. BombshellMinis.com. Oh yeah, a lot of painting ahead. Like that's 3 stacks of NPCs. Plus I still got all of this and Maldrakar, which is basically Tiamat, and what's his face? Starts with a Khan or whatever, the Reaper version of. Take this with me and paint it when I get there. Reaper Tarask. Oh, these are the little chibi models. I've got the Mouselings, Horror Bonsylvanians. Maybe I'll set aside this jar of orange and deal with all this later. I wonder how this Kyra and Lavara works scale-wise compared to the Godslayer from Theosis. Oops. I backed this, well, backer kit, so after the Kickstarter was over, but Theosis is the Godslayer expansion. So she looks like painted up, or at least concept art. And then the full game is huge. It has a resource management section, but you can skip that phase of the game and go straight into battling in the arena if you'd like. They accidentally had shipped a bunch of us a second copy. I decided to keep my second copy. I did pay them for it. I just didn't have to pay shipping twice. It's like, no, can I just keep this? Because the characters all have 2 options. So the easy example, one of them is, maybe that's not the base she came with. Maybe I switched that out with a 30mm Malifaux base. Although this is the action post, so I'll paint both of her the same. But one of the mages is either a pyromancer or a hydromancer. So. Yes, airbrushing definitely speeds things up for base coating. Make sure we're drinking water. Get a little bit more comfy. Hopefully this uses up the orange that's in there, and then I'll just mix a fresh batch in a few days when I come back. So Sunday night. And there we go. Ooh. Right over top of the pewter. You can paint right over the metal, however, I've been told you do want to seal things at the end. I don't know if I have a spray on varnish yet. I have a paint on varnish, however. A little bit of air because we want to get too aggressive on that wing. I've mentioned a few times in this video that I don't know where my Lazy Susans are. I'm assuming in the storage unit right now. I need to pay off the storage unit, get everything out of there, and not have to deal with it. I meant to do that. And, well, hi, I guess we're doing the lay down method again. Everyone's laying down on the job. Alright, let's put her up on the base. We'll leave her on here for now since she is still standing for us. She got some serious lean going on, like Michael Jackson Smooth Criminal lean going on, which was accomplished using like a slotted hook thing on the bottom of the toes of the shoes, and then like some kind of screw or nail head on the floor to latch onto. Michael apparently filed a patent for it. We can separate the art from the artist. The guy was definitely top of the game when it came to his art. I don't know which type of dragon this is necessarily supposed to have been, so we're going to go orange for a base coat. At least there'll be a base coat on, and if we decide to go at least partially red dragon, then that'll be pretty easy. Have you finally managed to start painting things? I know you're looking out for paint and stuff. Oh, so she not only has the sprue, she also has the pegs for going into the model, since she's supposed to be I should have kept that one down here, but standing on top of some kind of giant robot that she killed and still battling some smaller robots at the same time. So this special edition melee is in the middle of a boss fight. Oh shoot, where's my other bombshell minis? At least for a few years, I don't know if they do it every year, but Bombshell Minis runs a sale, and it's like buy two, get one free when it comes to the Babes line, at least. There might be more than one sale a year. Maybe there's like Babes Miss, and then there's a different one. But I picked up a bunch of them the one year. Things that I thought would be useful for the games. Ooh, maybe it's in my box with the War Machine Horde stuff. Ooh. I could start pinning that at some point too. I think it's a bunch of Gatormen and such for what I did buy with the RPG starter. Where's a pen? I need to start making me a packing list. Something to... Alright, so... Well, not that pen, apparently. Let's just go with the pencil and hit it first. Both Chessex... Battle mats. Docks and boats. Nothing to it but to do it. Practice is practice. Where did I put her? Like I said, this is the first time I've airbrushed just part of a mini, and I only did a little bit of overspraying considering I hadn't masked the model except for poorly with paper towels after I'd already oversprayed a little bit. It's all about practicing. There are a lot of channels with good tutorials out there, but it's all what works for you to get the result that you are looking for. Docks and boats, War Machine models, question mark, and tiles. Tiles, yes, models, question mark. Like they're all unpainted gray like with that Theosis dragon right now, but I don't know if I want to do that yet. I don't want to mess with the Theosis dragon until I get more practice. Like I had started with the airbrush however many years ago just on some of these boats to give them a nice chocolate brown coat. I don't know how much of this is from before and how much is from the other day. But resin boats from Jolly Blackburn of Knights of the Dinner Table. Sand timers, in case anybody's actions need to be on the clock, as it were. It gives that sense of urgency. And some kind of crates, dice boxes. Oh, speaking of which, dice, I can use theirs since I already set some aside, but... NPCs... Orange... PCs, I don't want to forget them because they're sitting over there. In fact, let's move them over here. So I need to bring my overnight bag anyway. So my overnight bag and my other bag. I don't know what color I want these dragonborn paladins to be, so I'm gonna leave them alone for now and not give them the orange treatment. I do need to go back to brown at some point here. Alright. Set that there. Pencil back. There it is. My docks and boats don't have to be perfect. Nothing has to be perfect, but I would like to get a better coat on there than I did. Especially on this guy, the Shipwreck Golem. The paint was sputtering and starting, and the airbrush was going to heck at the time, so I decided to just get a bunch of spattery paint on there to get started. Probably not the best idea. Get in the mouth. You don't want to let the airbrush sit as long as I just did, because it could clog up. This guy has been silver for you. Oh, where's the other one? I don't think he's in that pile either. But for years, I got this one in Alaska at the comic shop. I also got the other one I'm thinking of. The other one had been glued to, I think he finally broke off of a cut 5200 series Army lock. Try to balance it because he's got this dynamic pose of jumping up out of wherever in a leap, and he's balanced on this end of his coiled tail, so like this kind of a coil, only more so. So I glued that to a 5200 series lock so he could at least stand up a little bit. My dragon is breakdancing! Oh yeah! Alright, lean against there. Get these wingtips a little better. And the tootsies. Come on, just want to get orange on these models. Oh, hey, get off of there. Less is more, but just there. Line it up. Alright, the 3-hour mark. Gonna Does that connect? Okay. Gonna take another bathroom break here in a minute after we get done with the orange and switch over to brown to touch up these docks. Actually, forget touching up the boats and stuff right now. Let's switch to purple for our other boat. Ease back on the throttle. I don't know how much is left in there. Alright, you definitely need... Ooh! Night and day! All that shiny silver I gotta get rid of. She's too tall to be a gnome from Zilargo. human enough that she might be from House Beneath, one of the artificers. Doesn't mean she's necessarily part of the Dragon Marked house, or that she's even, or that she has a Dragon Mark. Although, since it's just a feat, you can take that technically at any time if you're the right character race. I need to find my, Eberron specific reincarnation table. I thought I had it on a sticky note on my DM screen, but maybe I just had it on a laptop, and that's why I'm remembering it on a screen. Let's say you're from a Dragon Marked house and you do or don't have your Dragon Mark for that house yet, and then you get reincarnated into another character race. Like, would you be the first or only one of a different character race that has that mark? And what would the dragons of the chamber, who are so concerned with the draconic prophecy, what are they going to make of it? Like, so there's a shifter with a mark of making. There's a changeling. With the Mark of the Storm, although they might not know that one because the changeling could just play it off as being a half-elf. Get that on. Some serious gaps in here. I might use some school glue on them before I put some real paint on here, not just with base coat. Come on, get down into those little nuts and things. I don't know if I'm going to make this a monochromatic or monometallic dragon, but I think I've showed it off in other videos that I've made at least some small dragons approximately half metallic, half chromatic, because in Eberron, dragons not necessarily being color-coded for your convenience by alignment, I'm gonna go with the relationship of chromatic and metallic is a lot closer there, at least in my world. Yeah, not orange yet. Oh, hey, that whole chunk of wing's not orange yet. I want to bend that straight, but I'll wait until it's dry. Anything else without paint on it? Oh. The calves. I don't know if it came off or if I just didn't get it because I was holding it. Fill in the gap for now, and then we'll put the clear glue over top of it. not orange. Ah! Always be flipping your models around to a different angle if you can to see what the heck you've missed. Alright, get it to the toesies. So it's just a little bit of air to get down into the nooks and crannies with that extra little tip. Get a little extra highlight on the pictorial scales here. Ah! Oh no. So I do need brown on that, and I want purple on that. And if I'm doing brown on that, I might as well be doing some of those. But I do want to get the Shiprock Golem done, at least in brown. I can add more detail and colors to it later. I don't want to put off the ocean adventure if I don't have to this weekend. Because there's so many other things we can do while we're at sea, especially the direction the players are going, at least the way the current flight plan is, whatever the nautical version of a flight plan is. Because they're going around the western coast of Corvair. So there are so many different territories they're going to be passing. They're in Breland, specifically in Sharn. Means they've got to go past Droam, the unrecognized by the Treaty of Thronehone, the unrecognized monster nation, headed up by 3 hags? Night hags, I believe. Come on. Yes, no, maybe. Just air. Ooh. Leave it like that. She's standing on lava. Just there, just there. Whole lot of midriff going on. Dress for the job you want. She's got like double pigtails going on in that version. Ow. Oh, also in this version, actually. So I can kind of leave the hair and the wrenches alone because they're notoriously orange. How much orange is left in the pot? Enough that I want to put a cap on it and... Ow. Use it for later. Is that the same size? It's a little broken, but... Oh, hey. Looks like it'll make enough of a seal. If not, oh well. Go a little bit. If that's the same size, then that's the same size. Go with this size for the purple. Is this the same size lid? No. I don't have the right tip on this one to put the brown in. I mean, not brown. Yeah, the brown. So I wanted to go with a bigger one for the brown because I have this smaller one with the brown. Guess I'll use the small one for the brown, even though it's got to go a whole lot further. Alright, so rinse this out in the kitchen sink. Stainless is a lot easier to clean off than the alternative. But it's Run some airbrush cleaner through it before we get any further. Since this thing can be both gravity fed or siphon, suction, whatever it's called. It'd be nice if I had a setup like on Face Off where they have like 30 airbrushes at each station already ready to go. Like they didn't even have to change the quick connects. And then you've got a crew that comes and cleans all these brushes and stuff. Alright, so we'll leave that there. We'll go to the facilities. We have not done enough water drinking, so don't need to refill that yet. I'll be back. And we'll use that one for the next one. To grab this. I think that's clean enough. What kind of purple do we want to use? Let's try to use this color shift stuff. Ooh, you do have airbrushes. Nice. Maybe we'll start with Barn Red Wash. Since these are resin and not bones, it should apply. It should stick to it. Or, ooh, Quinacridone Magenta. I've got blue, but I don't have airbrush purple. Let's see. Where's my other one of these? This will have to suffice. Oh, there it is. Oops, stay. Put melee over here, and this dragon right in there. Alright. Clean up that spot before we have a problem. What are these shimmery shades? Blue violet flash and where are you? Purple flash. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen some crazy stuff with the RC cars. I didn't realize they were clear bodies. Lexan, yay. I have a Lexan chair upstairs. Although it's much, actually no, my bad. Lucite. I have a clear lucite chair upstairs. Which is a type of acrylic from way back that is 90 some odd % translucent. I mean transparent. Got that from RVD Cleveland. Ooh, you pan from the inside. Huh. The more you know. I was looking into getting some of the RC car paints for the shimmery kind of stuff like this I was looking into at the time. I don't think it was available from this line yet. This was at Michael's. They were running a deal. Either they had the single pack and it was on sale, or I used the coupon on the pack, multi-pack of them. I've got orange and pinks and purples and all kinds of wonderful colors that I'm going to use for my dragons and such. It's like you guys already have the plastic. Oh, okay. Okay, well, it came off, however, comma. It didn't take that with it. What do I have to pop that out of there? But the foil is in there, so I'm not going to be able to pour anything. Grab an old brush and not thin enough. That looks like a, whoops, thinner brush maybe. Barely, but good enough. Alright. Set this aside for a minute. I'm worried this one's gonna have the same issue. Oh no, okay. Ah! Well. Trash. I really need to put a trash can closer. Wasn't there more? No, okay. Well, we can use this to do it. Use the scissors like tweezers. Let's stay in there. Wipe these. Why are you so messy? I just opened you. How is there... I mean, I've had it for a few years, but I've never opened these. Some people like to, especially with the dropper bottles, just put a dab of paint on top and store them horizontally like wine bottles. But at least with some of these fancier looking ones from folk art slash plaid, they've already done the work for you. Let's put on a different glove. I don't remember if I shared this link with the group chat earlier, but oh, come on, fingertips, I need you. Yeah, I only have so many gloves, so I've been reusing them. Since I'm just trying to protect the models from me and a little bit of me from the models. So this Barn Red Wash and this Quinacridone Magenta look pretty similar, but I don't know. Let's shake the heck out of them and we'll paint them on something. And see what they ended up looking like. Huh. I think it's hiding under there. I will just grab this to work with. Grab a brush and see what we got going on here. So this is the Create FX line from Testors. Just dipping straight into the bottle. Just painting on the clear to see what it looks like. Huh. I don't know if that's going to be dark enough coverage. Leave that open for a second. And we kind of got to take the opposite approach here. Come here, bubbly. Okay, that's much darker coverage. So I think we're going to go with that to get down into the wood grain on this ship. And if I base coat everything here, I can paint them here or at their place. Go straight with the ink if it'll stick to it. And then from there, keep the brown out of the way. Get purple off of me. Ah, purple glob. The dried out stuff from the threads. Clean that off a little better. We'll mix some purple here in a minute. Now what I was going to paint with the this kind of stuff before the dragons was for Malifaux, the smoky, translucent Terra Oblivion crew. But I didn't get around to doing that. Let's move the boat out of the way and just spray on the cardboard for a minute. There we go. I mean, it's going to be tedious, but I don't want to mix it in there or have to junk up the bottle to do this. Careful. Careful. Let's go ahead and put this under there. Let's go ahead and try to do it this way so we can get down into all those wonderful nooks and crannies. Keep on the inside here. Originally at Hobby Lobby this ran $6.99. When they put it on clearance, $2.51. I gotta be a little bit more careful about how I hold the airbrush now since I'm gravity feeding it. Oh. Come on. Just air, just air. I don't know if there's still some mold release on this guy, or if this is my technique that's going awry. Maybe I'll just do the whole boat in this. I need to make a few more bottle attachments so I can just siphon straight off of it. This ink's thin enough that I don't need to use, or at least I don't think I need to use Flow Aid or, what's the other one? Airbrush medium. Trying to work on my control here a little bit, just trying to get the edges a little bit darker. Oops, up if we had paint, right? And that's why the other one would be nicer for this kind of phase, because it's got a much bigger well for this. I'm just trying to practice. Why is there not a strut there? Oh well. Just a curiosity, not a concern. Definitely has that aquarium feel to it. Like bright neon colors for aquarium craft. Get what I can of the side here before we spin it around. Oops. Why aren't you adhering to certain spots? Drip drop. Drip drop and you don't stop. Why? So as far as hooking up the elemental rings to it, right here where the ladders would normally go is where I want to put those, since they'll be easy to clamp on to the middle of the ship. I don't need to do the bottom, but I do need to see the sides a little better. Oh, hey. Hi. Oops. Start at the top, work our way down. Don't put it on too thick and maybe it won't bubble off. Maybe. Get underneath the poop deck. the Stern Castle, what have you. Alright. Spin that around. Right round, right round. It's okay, I'm reloading. Like, while he does have that big book of maps with the dock scene and stuff on it, I want to use that in addition to my docks, not in place of them. Well, now. This may or may not be dry, but let's get the font before. Starboard. Just some air, spread these spots around. Hope they started hearing sometime soon. I don't have like a brown dropper, do I? Because I want to get that on there. This is going to take a... Oh, shit. Okay. Well, what we're going to do now... try to find a nice safe place to put the bottle, and we're going to use the dropper to spray everything. That's more than I wanted to use, because I was about to switch over to the other, I think. I was contemplating how I was going to mix colors. No use crying over spilled paint. What do? We use it. Yes, this would be also a good color for those other Lovecraftian horrors. But this genie's already out of the bottle, so we gotta use it or lose it. So we're slightly on a time clock here. Huh, when things are working, time flies. rigging, because I've got the included dowels for the masts and the tillers and stuff. What happens if we just loop it on there? Will it eventually overpower whatever it's resisting here? Use some air to knock that around. I really want to get down into these grooves. His ship's so new, but the paint's still wet when he pulls up to the, when the characters show up. Huh. Got some nice little stencil art going on down here. I don't think I have anything else nearby that I want to make purple. Which is a shame. Probably should have washed these resin models in at least some soapy water, if not actually run them through the top shelf of the dishwasher to get any mold release off of them. I think that's what I'm dealing with here. Okay, so as much as I want to do these purples, I'm just going to let this dry if there's no more egregious spots. Oops. Any helpable egregious spots. Oops. But hey, we used up most of our mess. Have to find me another piece of cardboard to transport this over there, though, because I do not want to put this messy, drippy, purpley cardboard on top of my orangely painted models. So I'm all in on the air just to cover what I can cover. Put down those nooks and crannies. I think I just splashed myself on the forehead with some purple. Alright, well, before this gets any worse, ta-da! That's still somewhat wet. Just leave that as it is. Alright, well, transfer this to the top of this post office first class priority mailbox. Everything included. Like they shipped out that order in a hurry during that sidewalk, so like, I'm not going to be able to paint this anytime soon, but thank you for the urgency in shipping. Alright, so we're going to go with a brown. We already have this rigged up with some brown. We're only doing this big of an object. Oh, we need to put down something fresh though. Because that's fine for moving that. No, I need some. Hi, what's up? You don't say. You don't say. Not interested in a BJ's Club membership at this time. Where'd you go, buddy? Come over here. Where are you? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come be on camera. Arthur, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. I'll try not to make you purple. Come here. What, do you want to be purple? You're gonna dye your hair for Easter? Right, now let's start moving this guy over here. Oops. Treasure. I mean, not treasure. Shipwreck Golem. Gotta switch lids. Because I just put that one on in place of putting that on. But gotta mix us a brown. Buddy. Or do we just want to go with something like oak or driftwood wash? I really wanted to do that for a highlight. Did I already bring that down here? And if I did, where did I? There it is, driftwood. Alright. I think we're out of this. Oh, not quite out of this brown. Actual airbrushy brown. Ooh, hi. Maybe I'll just go with this if there's enough. Use that up because I don't know how many years old that is. Save the bottle so we can mix some other brown and shake the heck out of it. Arthur, where you going? Buddy, are you saying it's bedtime? Come on. What? No, not. Okay, it's 1 in the morning. It's not bedtime though, buddy. It's not bedtime. Not quite. I mean, I'm feeling it, but I know things are gonna bug me if I don't deal with them now. I don't want to have to be packing things up last minute in the morning. Oops. Let's shoot. Let's use this. Try to get the purple out. It's not going to matter too much with brown over top of it, but you know. Especially since I'm still pulling orange out of there. Let that soak for a minute. Settle down into the nooks and crannies. We may have found the sweet spot with this gun. Alright. Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. I'm gonna assume that the airbrush paint is already mixed properly. It might be a false assumption. We'll find out. I don't know how far they're going to get and whether they're going to encounter this guy anytime soon, but you know. Oops. I want him to be available. I don't want to go, oh, this guy represents that guy, when I actually have that guy available. Rotate the cup. Handy dandy Matco. I think it's a 360 model. Alright. Hello. Oops. It's a bit too hydrophobic. And if we go super thin with it, maybe we can avoid that. I'm going to paint the bottom on this one's giant broccoli base because of how I plan on using it. Or should I say her, considering it's a shipwreck golem, which means it was a ship, and ships traditionally have feminine names applied to them. When you break the champagne over her keel. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I was just using too much spray on those spots, but I don't think so, considering the other spots took the paint this time. So ease into the throttle here. Down into those missing spots. Oops, that's too extreme. Come on. Halfway decent distance here. Only a little spotty. Let's get down on my line. So let it fully atomize, I think will be good. Yeah, I need to get Steinol Res, the 3-pack from, I believe, Badger? I found a site, I bookmarked this site, I'm pretty sure, to get the nice and affordable. I don't know if it was through Amazon or directly. I think it was directly. Get some Steinol Res that's supposed to be great as a base coat for bones. It hasn't been in my budget, and you don't want to get it shipped during the winter, because if it gets frozen during any step of the shipping process, I guess it can get ruined. So, didn't want it to be ruined. More distant. Reminds me of what I wanted to do with my Gremlins Nightmare Edition Malifaux Whiskey Golem. Down in that notch. Oops. Come on. Oops. Oops. Ah. Big oops. Oh. somewhat oops. Just add a little bit of this airbrush medium to it, maybe it'll tame the beast. Alright, so approximately 10 drops of medium and 5 drops of Floyd. Oops, backwards. Because I really don't know the magic ratios for this. Drink my water now before I screw that on and shake it. Oops, hold on. Just trying to shake it up. Come on. This one could use some love. Oh, hi. I didn't know you were a load-bearing vessel. What about the big one? Oh. Let's see if I can get this one spot that was doing that. Oops. That's not what we're trying to do. Just trying to atomize some paint on there. Legs going to sleep. It's getting a head start on the rest of me. So you'll have a leg up on me when it comes to airbrush. And then you just gotta worry about painting your details. Oops. Just there, just there. And if he looks like crap now, that's fine. Because he's a shipwreck. So I don't think I'm necessarily trying to go the Monty Hall approach and give them super awesome stuff. I do think that I'm going to give them a chance to possibly get some decent stuff at the beginning. So they can face bigger and better challenges sooner, so we can have a bit more epic adventures in the world of Eberron. Let's throw some chicken tenders I could munch on if I'm hungry. save those for breakfast. Ah! I need the equivalent of meat hooks to hold up my models while I paint them. I mean, what's its face? Floral foam could work, but I don't have any floral foam right now. I didn't have any big chunks of actual styrofoam as opposed to these styrofoam containers. Come on. Just there then. Just there then. I don't know where precisely I'd like to place this little adventure in their journey. I definitely want to hammer home that the high seas are a dangerous place without actually perma-killing any characters. Ah! Okay, I know what it was, and I still don't know where it went. Oh, well, there's that cap I was looking for. So if I go to cap this off, it'll hopefully stay liquid. Oh, I do want to paint these fences, though. I got the other side of them. They're just kid fences. And there you go. If you start a channel, or if you post them to like Facebook or something, or if you want to email me your work, I'd love to see what you come up with and how you progress. So there's that, there's that. These are just from a kid's farm set that I've had since I was a kid. You can also just find them at like Walmart or wherever, or you can find them at thrift shops. Especially if you pay attention to those mix and match bags of toys hanging on the wall. You find some interesting things, especially for like D&D kind of modeling purposes. Like, here's some fences. Here's some critters. And here's some dinosaurs. I got so many fun dinosaur models from thrift shops. It sucks that my pirate ships are in the storage unit right now, and I can't get to it at the moment. Gotta pay it off before I can get access to it again. Or at least pay it current. It was due last month, so I'm gonna have to pay for last month and this month to be able to access it. Then I need to get absolutely every last thing out of there and close up shop. Because while it's been handy, that's what I meant to do a whole lot sooner. I don't really have room for putting everything, but they have offered their basement, so do a little bit more on this loot pile, or cargo pile. Just trying to get more of the brown used up. I'll gather up everything that's not still wet. And grab this stuff in the morning. can be a little rough, but I want to have the white covered up. Can go with boats. Nope. Get down here along the water line. Yeah, I had a huge nap today, so I'm going to be able to fall asleep right away anyway, probably. That one needs some love, that one needs some love. The other one's fairly decent. Let's get the under heel or whatever. Water line. Oh, hey. I know we're stacking the wrong sizes here, but set this down. I'm not really worried about those. Pack those up now. So we've got magenta on a ship. We've got those. And it's been 4 hours, so I think that's a good stopping point. Got purple and brown on this glove. Got orange on the other one. But I'm not going to tear the brush apart right now. I'll probably deal with that right before I finish everything else up. Oh, God. Oh. Ah, not cool. That's right, I do have that toolbox I want to use. Can't remember where I got it. Ow! Just conked myself on the head on the mantle that I have, that I salvaged from the side of the road. But it was a 3-pack, so there's this small size, this medium size, and then the larger size that I already have over at their place. If I can reconsolidate the paints into, say, this one, or I doubt it, but this one, then I can move the models over to the big one. And this one was... couldn't have been Dollar Tree, because there's no way you get something this large for $1. But the stickers, I think, were from Dollar Tree. Alright. I will see everybody next time. Have a good night. Have a great weekend. Stop streaming.